All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Let us see if things are working today, but it is Thursday, the 22nd of May. Hey, at least it still rhymes. 2025, back with you for yet another adventure in the magical land of Stormies where they try to make us all regret waking up in the morning. Well, don't worry, we've already got a storm trying to do that. We've got a pretty nasty severe storm here that produced tennis ball size hail up in the Windstar area. Reported tennis ball size hail now near Windstar. Report that it was wind-driven tennis ball size hail, unfortunately, so that is extremely damaging. At this point, we did have a quick tornado warning with this storm. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but this thunderstorm is a very big, bad, very mad wind hail producing machine, and it is accelerating off to the southeast towards portions of western Grayson County and eastern Cook County. So, with that being said, as you can see, it is moving southeast pretty darn quickly. This is not a tornado issue at this point. This is a very unpleasant wind hail producing machine, wind-driven hail. We could be talking about golf ball size hail now, driven at about 70 miles per hour by those winds. Those of you from near Callisburg, just west of Whitesboro to Oak Ridge to Woodbine to Lake Kiowa down to Valley View. This is moving southeast quickly now towards Collinsville, Tioga, and from there it is going to make a run at far northeastern Denton County and northern Collin County. Those of you from Pilot Point to Salina, Weston, Anna, Melissa, Gunter, Van Alstyne, Westminster, even towards Tom Bean, Howe, Dorchester, and Gunter up in portions of Grayson and Cook County. Hey, heads up, this thing is got some attitude, and it's got a lot of wind and hail. It's moving southeast right now at about 40 miles an hour, so those of you downstream of this, go ahead and get ready. You're going to have a lot of hail, a lot of wind, and unfortunately with that, you could have wind-driven hail. So we're going to need y'all to go ahead and get ready. Unfortunately, this thing's got a lot of hail and wind with it, along with a pretty good rain. Whoa, I hear myself. Oh, no. No. Okay, let's never press that button again. Alright, so I'm going to press some buttons and hope we never do that again. We're going to press some buttons and it will be okay. Hey, it's okay. Isn't that nice? Alright, so that's what I get for trying to have this thing actually, play some audio. Let's see if I can't get it to work. Hello, it's Thursday. We have some storms coming. We'll talk about it, and we will be hurrying. I don't know. All right, so let's talk about what's going to happen after this. You've seen the radar loop. We've talked about who's in the immediate threat zone. Well, guess what? Here is today's severe weather outlook, and unfortunately, we've seen an upgrade. The Storm Prediction Center has now added a level 3 out of 5 risk for scatter to several severe thunderstorms in North Texas this afternoon and evening. I emphasize what we have now is not the only realm. We're going to have more storms throughout the day. It's only 1 o'clock. Wichita Falls, Graham, DFW Metroplex, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Denton, Gainesville, Bowie, y'all are in that level 3 out of 5 risk. That means you've got about a 1 in 3 chance of hailers impacting your area this afternoon and evening. Outside of that, we have that standard level 2 out of 5 risk. That includes the Big Country, West Central Texas, Northwest Texas, Northeast Texas, places like Quanah, Vernon, down to Paducah, Monday, over towards Seymour, Stamford, Abilene, Winters, Brownwood, hi Tracy, Dublin, Stephenville, Hamilton, Cleburne, Whitney, Hillsborough, Ennis, Corsicana, Tyler, Canton, Gilmer, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Paris, Bonham, and then outside of that we have the risk for isolated severe storms. Now that level 2 out of 5 risk in the yellow shaded zone of Uh-ohville, it's about a 1 in 5 to a 1 in 6 chance of a severe storm in your part of the world today. And then that green zone, it goes down to about a 1 in 10 chance. So, you're wondering, what's the difference between these colors and why do they matter? Well, in terms of exactly where they're drawn, it does not matter. The colors themselves only represent where we have a higher coverage or a higher number of severe storms or severe storm reports going into this afternoon and evening. So think of it as a targeted bullseye. Sorry. Those of you in the green, you're in that outer ring. Yellow, we're honing in. And then orange is the spaghetti-o. Y'all are probably going to have some unpleasantness at some point today and tonight. So that just means you're going to want to keep an eye on things. And again, today's main threats will be the potential for hail, up to the size of baseballs, damaging straight-line winds, perhaps hurricane force over 80 miles an hour at times. Unfortunately, the tornado threat remains very low, but it is not zero. So I'll show you. In fact, here is the tornado threat for today. You can see very low at this point. So it's not Spaghetti-O-ville on the scale of increasing Spaghetti-O-villes, but it is still there. And we've already had one quick tornado warning this morning and afternoon because, well, it's May, so hooray. Let's switch over to the super duper awesome high resolution weather radar. We'll take another look at this storm, and then we're going to take a look at the HER model going into this afternoon and evening. All right, let me press some buttons here. Yeah, this server was being a big, bad, very mean yesterday, so we'll switch over to my super duper private server. Here we go. You can see here are the stormies, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, we do have a cluster of rather rambunctious stormies at this point, extending from near Valley View all the way up to just west of Whitesboro, here in eastern Cook and western Grayson counties. We're going to go ahead, we're going to turn on the super duper storm tracker mode, and yes, you can tell I've had my caffeine. And we're going to put this southeast at 40, and again, you can see, guess what? That means those of you in Sherman, 135 to 140. Tioga, about 115 to 120. Pilot Point, about 120 to 125. Salina, about 135 to 140. Howe, about 140. Van Alstyne, about 145. Melissa and Anna, about 150. McKinney, about 155. Trenton, about 2 to 205. Whitewright, about 155 to 2. Blue Ridge, about 205. And again, Prosper, about 140 to 145. That is for the potential of large hail up to the size of golf balls, perhaps, and damaging straight-line winds over 70 to 80 miles per hour. At 12:51 p.m., tennis ball-sized hail was reported on the north side of Gainesville. This thunderstorm moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour. And again, this is the only little cluster of storms we have right now. And because we like to be thorough and take a look at what's going on in the world, let's switch over, see if we can't get some high-resolution satellite imagery. And what I'm going to do is we're going to switch off this radar. Actually, we'll switch back to this mode, the loop-D mode. And let's just take a look at this loop over the last, we'll do half hour to an hour. This is going to be updating, this satellite imagery is going to update every 1 minute, so it's very high resolution. It also takes a second to download. But as you can see, we've got thunderstorms that have developed, and we have an outflow boundary being shot off down here from near Burke Burnett to Wichita Falls to Bowie. We're probably going to see additional thunderstorms develop west on that boundary as it continues to slowly move southwest this afternoon. Meaning, as those additional storms fire up, they are going to start moving east-southeast towards the DFW Metroplex. So guess what? Those of you in DFW, it may be sunny, it may be hot. Guess what? All you have to do is look to the north and see, there's storms at 60,000 feet. And if you look off to the northwest up Highway 287, you're going to see some more bubbles. And guess what? Those bubbles are going to also become stormies. And the stormies are going to mature. They're going to start dropping hail and strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. And then they're going to start moving southeast and say, yippee-ki-yay, it's a hail day for DFW. So let's go ahead and, as we like to do here in the magical land of Texas Weather Center, we're going to turn off the radar real quick. I just want to look at the satellite because it's pretty cute. We'll even switch over to a date cloud convection mode. This actually lets you see those storm clouds even better. You can see big old thunderheads here, bubbling up here in Cook County, moving off to the southeast at 40 miles an hour, and you can see that outflow boundary of those line of additional little bubbles starting to pop up farther to the west. And that is where we're going to see storms develop over the next few hours, and those are going to propagate to the southeast at about, well, 30 to 40 miles an hour. So, many of you are asking, well, Mr. Baldy-in-Chief, man, what are we expecting here in terms of stormies later on today and tonight? Well, I'll tell you. This is what happens when I get on a slightly night mode and I get a wake-up call after going to sleep at 5 a.m. here at 12:30 p.m. being like, oh, there's tornado warning. Surprise! So, we are going to turn everything off here. We are going to press the super-duper awesome blossom I can make up marketing idiom 2's weather radar. Now, let's see how this thing's doing. I'm going to pop some data on here. This is going to be about noon. And in a second, it'll show some data. And if it doesn't, well, then I really have broken some data this morning. Awaiting user task. Yeah, this thing's being kind of mean to me. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reset this thing real quick. Over the river and through the woods, out to Angryville. Thank you for joining us today for another adventure in Stormland. Alright, so I might just have to switch my data sources here real quick. Clearly, we seem to be having some issues with that. Give me just a second. Interesting. So we are having some issues with that today, huh? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Since technology hates me, actually there seems to be some sort of a data outage, truth be told, we are going to go old school. And by old school, I'm just going to show you what the HER shows using a web-based, good lord, a web-based solution. All right. So, here you go. We're just going to show you the old-fashioned way here. I'll zoom on in. And here we go. Guess what? The model's not doing well. It thinks those storms are going to keep north of the Red River. Clearly, that's not happening, since those of you in Aubrey and Salida and Pilot Point are getting hit by lightning. Nevertheless, we do expect additional storms today. So, yay. We're going to have more storms fire up this afternoon. You can see this model actually fires a bunch up here in northwest Texas and west Texas after about 4 to 5 p.m. Those would move east towards the big country, the Concho Valley, North Texas. And some of those are probably going to have some damaging winds. But the reason you're getting to hear from good old Baldy-in-Chief here at the bright morning hour of 13:14 in the afternoon is we have some rather rambunctious thunderstorms creating a lot of wind and maybe some golf ball size hail right now over parts of Texoma. This little cluster of storms here is moving off to the southeast at about 40 miles an hour. I'm going to put a loop on here because without a loop, what's the point? Y'all be able to see what's going on. And again, this cluster of storms is capable of producing, at this point, it's weakened quite a bit, thankfully. You can see back up here in Love County, Oklahoma, this thing was doing all sorts of nonsensical nonsense. We had, winds over 70 miles an hour. We had a tornado warning. We had tennis ball size hail being driven by 70 mile an hour straight line winds. Not a great way to start your afternoon. And if you were at Windstar, I'm sorry, you didn't win the lottery because probably a bunch of cars at Windstar probably got broken windows and hail damage. This cluster has weakened for now as it's moved southeast, which is good because we've got reports of wind damage along I-35 in Gainesville between the Red River and FM 372. It sounds like a bunch of signs have been blown down. I don't know if those are highway signs or the giant billboards. Either way, there's wind damage there. We had reports of tennis ball size hail from the north sides of Gainesville all the way up through Thackerville, Oklahoma, which is where Windstar is, and up to about mile marker 5 there on the Oklahoma side of the Red River, where they have that big old new all sub so you can get your magical tornado burritos. That's not a paid promotion, by the way. That's just me yippity yapping. And this cluster of storms is moving off to the southeast. It was capable of producing a tornado Then it was capable of producing tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Now it's capable of producing 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds with quarter-size hail. So the hail threats come down quite a bit, but this thing's still putting out quite a bit of wind as it moves off to the southeast at about 40 miles an hour. 30 to 40 miles an hour. So, heads up to those of you in Pilot Point, Tioga to Collinsville. You're about to get in on this. A lot of heavy rain, good amount of wind, maybe some quarter-size hail. Again, the hail threats come down, thankfully. The potential for some flash flooding from very heavy rain. Those of you from Salina to Gunter to Sherman, guess what? In the next 20 minutes, you're going to be getting in on this storm with the potential of maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail, heavy rain, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, strong winds, and again, maybe some quarter-size hail. The hail threats thankfully come down quite a bit over the last several minutes. After that, this could approach places like McKinney, Melissa, Anna, Van Alstyne, Howe on Highway 75 by 1:45 p.m. This activity continuing to move southeast at about 40 miles an hour. And you know, we have additional thunderstorms trying to develop back off to the west here. Well, you may not be able to see that as easily, but guess what? You're going to, because I'm turning on the magical satellite. As you can see, that boundary being pushed out west by these storms, probably going to help fire off some additional thunderstorms going into the afternoon hours. So, we have no tornado warnings right now. Our current storms are thankfully in a weakening phase, but still capable of producing quite a bit of rain and wind. I clearly need to take more caffeine and some liquid IV, truth be told. And we're going to keep an eye on the sky. So, since we have no tornado warnings, what we're going to do is we're going to be doing updates here, where we're going to be live for probably a majority of the day, but unless we have, you know, destructive severe thunderstorms or tornadoes, we are going to be doing these updates where we come in about every 10 to 15 minutes. We keep y'all updated. We're not going anywhere. I'm still here, even if I'm going to visit the little boy's room. And then we are going to just keep you updated. And if something magical or horrific happens in between those little updates, we'll come back sooner and be like, hey, guess what? Mama Nature's being mean and hateful. We need to give you an update. So, with that being said, we are going to take a little break here. We're going to let y'all enjoy that awesome music compilation that meteorologist Jason Cooley has put together. We're going to chat with you in the chat rooms. Our amazing moderators are going to be here, and we're all going to chat it out. And we're going to be back here at 1:30 p.m. with your next Texas weather update. But again, if something happens sooner than that, we will be back. And we're not really even going away. We're just not going to be talking because I'm going to drink more caffeine to become more rambunctious. So, we'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. We'll be in the chat room. Y'all let us know where you're watching from, by the way. We want to know that. That's always fun to know. We love being able to put little pins on a map. And again, we'll be back here in 10 minutes. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or better yet, just by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Scan that beautiful QR code above my head or search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. We'll be back here with your next Texas weather update in 10 minutes, sooner if necessary. We're going to the chats now. Let us know where you're watching from. And a special shout out to that magical person who's watching us live from Darwin, Australia. Wow, it must be like 3 in the morning there. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back with your next Texas weather update here in about 7 minutes. Strongest storm now approaching Pilot Point to Tioga with nickel to quarter size hail and damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-a, my oh my, what a wonderful day. This is what happens when I'm actually not completely sick, and I also get a little sleep. As much sleep as I would have liked, but a little sleep, and a wee bit of caffeine. And no, it's not an energy drink, it's just a caffeine packet I put into water that has some caffeine in it, and none of the scary stuff you find in energy drinks. All right, enough about my energy drinks and my sleep schedule. Let's tell you what's going on in the land of stormies. Mother Nature's throwing a bit of a temper tantrum already today, but her temper tantrum is starting to wane. Now, we had a big, bad, very mad cluster of severe storms in southern Oklahoma for about an hour ago. That had a tornado warning up in Love County, Oklahoma. That extended into a little sliver of Cook County, northwest of Gainesville. That's when I got a rather unpleasant wake-up call from people being like, David, there's a tornado warning. Where's your coverage? I was like, I'm asleep. And then I woke up and, well, Mother Nature calmed down. So apparently that's what all we have to do. We do have a cluster of thunderstorms. These are much weaker than they were 30 minutes ago. This is right now. In fact, let me turn these storm tracks off. They're confusing. Those little triangles, by the way, those are just hail markers where you can see one and then sometimes two. That's where the radar thinks the hail size is. And then when they go down to these little triangles, the hail size is under an inch. So with that, we have a couple of storms producing maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds right now from Pilot Point to Tioga. But these storms are weakening. We do note, and I'm going to show you this, actually. I just noticed this myself looking at the wind shear radar for DFW Airport. We have an outflow boundary that's been shot out. This outflow boundary is along 380 from near Decatur to just south of Crum, north side of Den to Albury. This outflow boundary could have winds over 50 miles an hour coming out of the north, rain-cooled air. And this is moving south. There is no rain with this. It is just a wind shift and some pretty gusty winds. Those of you in Albury right now could be getting winds over 50 miles an hour with this outflow boundary. And again, there's no rain with that. So keep in mind, that is a significant danger. If we got anybody out on a boat right now in Louisville Lake, get off the lake. You're about to get a very nasty wind shift out of the north. And it's one of those situations where those winds are going to arrive well before or without any rain. We don't need folks drowning because their boats get capsized or something because they're on the lake without a life jacket, and suddenly we get 50-mile-an-hour winds out of the north creating a baby mini tsunami wave of doom. It's not a tsunami, but sorry, I don't have the particular set of vernacular needed to describe what it is when you suddenly get, well, that. So, good news is these storms are a lot weaker than they were, and they're moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We do note additional development now back west on I-35 near Sanger. So as I showed you here with that satellite imagery, we've got a line of cumulus along this outflow boundary extending back west. As time goes on, we may see some of those bubbles mature into thunderstorms as that activity moves off to the southeast. So again, we could have some small hail down to nickel size around Sanger, over to Pilot Point to Tioga, dime to nickels, maybe even some quarter-size hail. Hail threat has come down big time. We're not talking baseballs right now. We do have some winds, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour out here. And this activity is going to be moving towards Sanger, Pilot Point, Aubrey, New Hope. We know those of you on the north sides of Den are getting struck by lightning right now. Lightning is occurring well out ahead of these storms. We got lightning a good 10 miles away right now down here at the north sides of Den. So when thunder roars, get your behind indoors. We don't need folks getting struck by lightning. So again, Gunter to Salina, Aubrey, you're going to be getting in on some of these storms. And those of you asking what makes this track southeast, yeah, part jet stream, part low-level winds. So combination of both. And as you can see, this activity continues to move off to the southeast. Those of you in McKinney, Denton, you're probably getting a good show with Mamatis right now. If you look up in the sky, you see those bubbly clouds, which could be described as other things. Yes, that's Mamatis. That's the underside of the blow-off from these thunderstorms. So, good news, ladies and gentlemen. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. The National Weather Service has allowed these warnings to expire. Thunderstorms are no longer capable of producing severe thunderstorm warning criteria. A severe thunderstorm is defined as winds 58 miles per hour or higher, quarter-size hail 1 inch in diameter or larger, and tornadoes. We have none. for now. We will later. And again, we're going to have to watch these storms over the next little while, and we're going to have more storms. And just because we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning doesn't mean they're not rambunctious. We're getting lightning 10 miles south of these things. We got winds out of the north at 50 miles an hour, and we have some dime to nickel size hail. All right, so let's zoom out. Let's take a look at the magical land of Texas. And guess what? Most of y'all are like, what storms? Unless you're in northeast Texas under the blow-off clouds from these, well, there's nothing going on. Now, what do we have here near Seymour? Take a look at that. We've got some bubblies. We're going to switch over to the high-res look. Guess what? Take a look at what's going on out here near Seymour. Our cumulus is developed, and guess what? That cumulus is getting bubbly. We're probably about to see thunderstorms develop out here from near Seymour to Bellevue. Notice we have that outflow boundary. That's what this is, that outflow boundary, that line. Is like a wave in the atmosphere moving west-southwest. That's generated by the holy mother of not pleasant drawing arrows. That outflow boundary is generated by rain-cooled air from these thunderstorms. They shot out a lot of rain-cooled air. That boundary's moving off to the southwest. Well, guess what? We also have development out here near Seymour as convective temperatures are reached. That just means temperatures are getting warm enough now to punch through that lid or cap in the atmosphere, and that's because it's, well, guess what? It's 94 degrees in Breckenridge. Up here in Seymour, it's hot. It's 88 in Wichita Falls. It's hot out here. Temperatures are in the 90s. So we're going to see storms develop out here pretty quick. And those storms, once they develop, are probably going to start throwing out hail pretty darn quickly because it's 95 degrees at 1:30 in the afternoon. So there's plenty of juice or instability to work with in the atmosphere. And as such, we note severe thunderstorms are possible this afternoon and evening across the big country, northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma, and northeast Texas. Now, I'll admit, we're going to have to see what these storms here in northern DFW manage to do to the air mass. It could provide a rain-cooled air mass, which may reduce the probability of some of these storms creating issues over the next little while. But we're just going to have to see. And again, that's the benefit of having satellite. At some point, you just got to stop looking at weather model data. You got to stick your head out the window, or in my case, my bald noggin, and it'll tell you what's going to happen. Instinct and, well, analogs of what have happened in the past. So you can see, just over the last hour and a half, look how we went from very few bubbles out here, western North Texas, northwest Texas, and now the atmosphere is getting ready to fire off storms. You got bubbles galore, and that means we are near convective initiation. So, as that occurs, new storms will fire up in northwest Texas, western North Texas. We may even see storms fire up here along this outflow boundary as it moves southwest. Thunderstorm over Sanger is starting to show a little bit more of a hail core now, so we may see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Denton County shortly. Now, what does all this mean for y'all? Well, over the next little while, we are going to see thunderstorms continue tracking south into northern parts of the DFW Metroplex, Denton County, Collin County. Line of storms right now. Hey, radar, you want to load, please? Bad. We're going to see those storms extend south into northern Denton County. Right now, we got storms from near Sanger to Pilot Point to Tioga. None of these are severe right now, except maybe the storm near Sanger, which could be starting to drop some quarter-size hail on I-35 in the construction zone there, north of Sanger, south of Valley View. Unfortunately, right in the same areas that got hit last year with the EF3 tornado. You know, that truck stop that got taken out that they just knocked down? Yeah, that's where this is right now. So that's going to be moving towards Lake Ray Roberts. I may not have gotten that right last year, but I did this year. And the state park there. So y'all need to be in shelter for cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some hail, heavy rain, and very strong winds. Otherwise, this cluster will continue moving southeast towards Aubrey, New Hope, Prosper, Salina over the next 20 minutes with some strong north winds, maybe some nickel-sized hail, maybe up to the size of quarters, and yeah, storm's definitely going to need a severe warning, probably. That thing's got a decent little hail core now. So probably some quarter-size hail near Valley View right now. And then those of you all the way from New Hope, Albury, Oak Point, Prosper, Salina in the next 20 minutes, you're going to end up with some thunderstorms. As we continue through the afternoon, or really the next hour, we're likely going to start seeing some storms pop up near Seymour. Those are probably going to have a pretty good hail threat. We're going to have to see what they do when they interact with this outflow boundary, too. That outflow boundary may provide a little bit of enhanced low-level wind shear. Now, notice up here along the Wichita Falls, once that outflow boundary moved to your southwest, it's moving from northeast to southwest, all your clouds disappeared. That's because the low levels are much more stable behind this outflow boundary for now. So that's going to be something to watch for. If this outflow boundary keeps pushing southwest and south, that may actually start to diminish some of the severe weather potential, at least for the next few hours up here, or the chance for storms at least. So we're going to have plenty of storms going into this afternoon and evening. Again, here's the severe weather outlook. You can see, guess what? It's going to storm. We're going to have storms this afternoon, and we're going to have storms going into this evening, with the potential of the most intense storms producing very large hail, maybe up the size of baseballs, damaging straight-line winds of 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour out of the most intense storms, and a tornado can't be ruled out. Today's tornado threat is not high. It's very low, in fact, but it's not zero. So again, if we have one tornado today and it comes skipping down your street, it's a big deal for you. So that's why we're here. We're going to be keeping an eye on things. But again, I emphasize right now, we have no severe weather warnings. We have no tornado warnings. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We could have a severe thunderstorm warning soon for northern Denton County, but for now, we do not. So what we're going to do is we're going to be back here at about 1:55 p.m. So in about 13 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. We're in the chat rooms. We're not going anywhere. People ask, oh, what are you doing when you're not talking? I'm sitting here not talking because, believe it or not, even though I chat quite excessively, it's not something I like to constantly do. I'm actually a pretty introverted person, so I sit here, I drink water, I look at stuff like weather model data, and, well, we just keep an eye on things. So we'll be here. That's what we're going to be doing today. We're just going to be keeping y'all updated. I don't expect it to be a busy tornado day, but you know what? People for some reason like hearing me chat, so that is what we're going to do. So we'll be back here in about 12 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. If something happens before then, well, I'll find someone to blame, and then we'll come back and we'll tell you about it. So that is what we're going to do. And when we're back here at 1:55, we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for a timeline of this afternoon and evening. But again, we're going to see increasing storms here in northwest Texas and north Texas over the next couple of hours, and then a cluster of storms in west Texas this evening that'll move east into the big country. We'll be back here at 1:55 with your next Texas severe weather update. Hey Siri, turn off Bluetooth. Slap me silly and say hi-ho cheerio. It's 1:55 p.m. on this, the 22nd of May, 2025. Guess what? We are actually not doing bad right now, but that's probably going to change as we start shifting our focus from what is going on here in North Texas to back what is going to be developing in Northwest Texas. We do have a cluster of thunderstorms that are actually weakening quite a bit now here in Texoma, North Texas, at least eastern Texoma. This cluster of thunderstorms, as we switch back over to this, is showing a weakening thunderstorm over Pilot Point and Aubrey. Hey, radar, you know what'd be nice if you'd actually work. So, with this activity, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. It's weakening. The only storm we really have left right now is one near Whitesboro, producing a little bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, and then a thunderstorm over Pilot Point and Aubrey, producing a few lightning strikes and maybe some pea-size hail. Good news is, DFW, that means right now storms are weakening and the severe weather threat is much lower for the moment. Now, if we see thunderstorms fire up on this boundary out here, and we will, by the way, soon, around Seymour, guess what? We got a storm going up there. We're probably going to have a threat of some hail with that by 3 p.m. Here in North Texas, we're seeing some short-term weather model data suggesting we may have a storm develop here around Jacksboro to Palo Pinto. Well, let's do it this way. Jack, Palo Pinto, Parker, and Wise counties, or Jacksboro to Decatur to Mineral Wells to Weatherford area in the next hour or so as this boundary moves south. If that happens, that storm would have an enhanced threat of producing some pretty big hail and damaging winds. Otherwise, we don't really have much going on right now. So, as promised, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at the super duper awesome blossom high resolution rapid refresh radar. So let's zoom out. We're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to put on the super duper her model. Maybe it'll actually work this time. Boy, this thing's actually being a big, bad, very mad meanie today, isn't it? Let me try this. Let me try this, and if that doesn't work, I will literally just do what I did last time and show you it off the Pivotal website. There we go, I fixed it, yay, I had to use number 3 out of 3 data source. Apparently we have data outages today, isn't that nice? So here's what the high-res rapid refresh model thinks is happening right now. Well, clearly it's wrong, because storms and stuff are down here in Denton County and Collin County versus, southeastern Oklahoma. There are storms up in southern Oklahoma, mind you, but like I say, bad data in, bad data out, so we need to keep that in mind. But I'll still show you what this model thinks is going to happen this afternoon and evening, just because, well, it probably isn't too far off. Now, is it going to have the timing and the exact locations down? No. But do note, it does have some isolated storms in western North Texas this afternoon. We are probably about to see a storm go up southwest of Wichita Falls near Seymour. What we expect this evening is a cluster of storms to develop West Texas, Northwest Texas, that'll move southeast across Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, and those storms could make it in a weakening state down into central Texas before sunrise tomorrow morning. Most intense of these storms this afternoon could have baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe a tornado. By this evening and tonight, as we get into that cluster or line of storms that moves southeast, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour in the most intense storms, some hail, heavy rain, and lightning. But again, we're doing pretty well right now. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have nothing that even is remotely close to being severe. And at this point, the good news is, for now, we're in a bit of a lull. So, what we're going to do is we're going to enjoy that lull, and we'll go ahead and keep the stream up. I honestly thought about just turning it off for now and coming back later this afternoon, but we'll just go ahead and keep it on. We'll let y'all enjoy the music. And what we're going to do is we're going to be back here at 2:30 p.m. with your next update. If something happens before then, we'll be back. But again, right now, there's really not much going on. There's no severe weather. We don't even have what I'd consider to be strong thunderstorms. So we'll be back here in 30 minutes. We're keeping an eye on the sky out here in Northwest Texas. As you can see, we got some stuff developing near Seymour. That may be our next trouble point. And we're also going to have to keep an eye out for developing thunderstorms here west of the DFW Metroplex. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, you can just look on your mobile app store. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers or scan that beautiful QR code above my big bald head. All right, we'll be back here in 30 minutes with your next update, sooner if necessary. The computer and its magical talking points remain on, the music as well. And if we have issues, we'll be back before then. But until then, enjoy the music, enjoy the chat room. We'll be here along with the moderators who do an amazing job. We'll be back here at 2:30 with your next Texas weather update. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, my oh my, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful day. It's 2:31 p.m. Central Time on this, the 22nd of May, 2025. Guess what? We don't really have anything going on right now, and that is a good thing to report. I know y'all are probably all annoyed, like, Baldy's gone, Baldy's gone. Well, I'm afraid when Baldy's gone, it just means nothing's usually going on. Or I'm asleep and sick, one of the two. Like the other night when we had tornado warnings in Lamar County at like 2 in the morning. I was not happy, but I was also kind of dead. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday. It is Thursday, right? Yep, all right. So, let's talk about what's going on. Storms that we had moved south out of Oklahoma and North Texas, those have all dissipated. We actually have a solution that the high-res rapid refresh model is showing now. Storms that moved south of the Red River have mostly dissipated, and we have new storms going up east of Ardmore. You can see a hailer now near Dixon, Oklahoma, there on Highway 199 east of Ardmore. We have a hail core with that, and then we still have some rain up here in northeast Texas from remnant storms, but we quickly now have strong to what will shortly be severe storms erupting around Seymour. You can see the bubbles have blown, and now it's going woo! And these thunderstorms are going, and soon we'll have severe thunderstorm warnings. I expect the storm over Highway 82, just northeast of Maybell, is producing quarter-size hail at this point. And we also have a storm going up south of Harold. That storm could also be producing some large hail. And those are going up on the outflow boundary that has shoved southwest from the storms in southern Oklahoma. And again, you'll see those storms are going up pretty quickly. And we are probably going to get severe warnings shortly, which will make for a great opportunity for me to test and see if I fixed the audio issue here on the stream where those audio warnings weren't playing. But who knows? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We'll just have to wait and see. It probably won't work because technology and I just don't get along, but that's okay. So, y'all are probably asking, well, Mr. Baldy Man, what is going to be going on after this? Well, guess what? We also have storms going up here east of Interstate 27, east of Lubbock from near, well, Crosby County up towards Motley County out here in West Texas. So, the day has begun. Let's go ahead and take a look at that super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketed idioms too. High resolution rapid refresh model. All right, so to do that, we're going to press this, we're going to press that. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for your. Well, the good news is you might have been able to hear a little bit of that, but the bad news is no, the audio was not fixed. But I can just go ahead and add a source to do that real quick, and y'all will be able to hear the audio anyway. Now we're going to make sure I don't blow that to sky heaven, so we'll set that to that. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning out here in northwest Texas, but we're going to look at the HER model first. We're going to let this loop. I'm going to loop it from 4 p.m. through tomorrow morning. And again, this model's not going to have everything perfect, but it is at least going to be able to give you a semblance of an idea of what we expect. And again, generally, we're going to see thunderstorms erupt east of the dry line in West Texas, as we're starting to see. We're also going to see isolated to scattered storms fire up in northwest Texas along an outflow boundary. Eventually, all of that will congeal into a cluster of thunderstorms that will move east-southeast across northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Permian Basin, into North Texas, the Concho Valley, and then tomorrow morning, the Hill Country in Central Texas. The timeline may be a couple hours late on this. We're starting off a little earlier today, but storms will have the potential to produce large hail, damaging wind gusts, maybe a tornado, but the threat of hail and wind will be the most common issue today. And then we're also going to see the threat of lightning and heavy rain. So that's what we've got going on right now. That's what we're expecting this evening. Storms will weaken as they approach Central Texas tomorrow morning. But again, Concho Valley, Big Country, Hill Country, parts of North Texas could see a cluster of storms moving southeast tonight, with the most intense storms producing heavy rain, maybe some large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and, of course, considerable amounts of cloud-to-ground lightning. All right, so what we're going to do is We are going to be back here at 3 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update. Sooner if necessary, but we're not doing too bad right now. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We'll be back here at 3 p.m. sooner if necessary. And again, severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Baylor and Archer counties for the potential of quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour.
Pecos County in Texas.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, my oh my, it's a wonderful day. I do need to turn up the audio weather warnings. I will do that now, and if they oversound me, well, that's okay, because it's not Monday. It's Thursday, the 22nd of May, 2025, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We have whoa, nice coughing fit. Additional stormies. Woo! I blame Ashley Morris for that. All right. So we do have additional stormies that have gone up in northwest Texas as we expected. Those thunderstorms have become severe with the threat of quarter to golf ball size hail and damaging wind gusts. We also, because it's not enough to be dealing with a couple of stormies, we also have a stormy down off Highway 285 southeast of Fort Stockton, northwest of Sanderson. That is over rural portions of Pecos County down there. Otherwise, we also have a couple storms now going up in West Texas. This is going to be east of Interstate 27. And these storms out west are likely to eventually continue developing. And we do expect them to eventually become severe with the threat of large hail and damaging winds. Right now, they're moving off to the east. Eventually, they'll turn southeast. Now, out here, we have these storms. Couple of severe storms capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. It's a pretty messy storm mode right now, but they definitely do have plenty of rain, hail, and lightning with them. We're going to be watching this storm northwest of Olney. I suspect that storm eventually is going to turn more the southeast, and that appears to be favorable for some intensification. If that storm turns southeast, we may see a bit of an uptick in the threat of a tornado in southern Archer County and northern Young County over the next hour. But for now, these storms do remain relatively disorganized compared to what they could be, but definitely have the potential of up to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. And right now they're moving east at 10 miles an hour. That hail threat definitely could increase, by the way. So as those storms organize, and a big storm may be coming, or a bigger, more intense supercell may be coming here west of Archer City, as that storm organizes, turns to the south, that thing may start throwing out baseball-size hail at least. Out here in North Texas, guess what? Storms that were out here are gone. We do have a storm on the north side of Lake Texoma with some gusty winds, small hail, and that is producing rain showers out in northeast Texas. There is no severe weather with that activity at this point. So, Mr. Baldy-in-Chief man, you might be asking, what are we expecting going into this afternoon and evening? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will happily tell you, we're going to look at that super-duper, awesome blossom, high-resolution rapid refresh model. Let's take a look at what that model is showing us having at 3 p.m. because garbage data in is garbage data out. Now, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued for the Big Country in northwest Texas. That runs through 10 p.m. That includes places like Big Spring, Snyder, Vernon, Quanah, Wichita Falls, Mineral Wells, Decatur, Bowie, Graham, and places like Spur and Paducah. All right, so the HRRR isn't doing, I mean, look, it's got a couple storms out here. It doesn't have their locations exactly right, but by 4 p.m., it's actually doing pretty well. So with that in mind, we can at least show you what the expectation is for this activity over the next several hours as that loop loads. Guess what? The overall likelihood is all these storms this afternoon and evening, or this afternoon at least, will congeal into a cluster by early evening across the Big Country, the Concho Valley, and northwest Texas. That cluster of storms will be capable of producing large hail and damaging straight-line winds. That cluster will move southeast tonight into this evening into tonight, perhaps skirting DFW all the way down to Kerrville, and then that cluster will keep moving southeast into the pre-dawn hours Friday while weakening. It should be weakening by the time it reaches I-35, but folks west of I-35 in central Texas, North Texas, the Hill Country, you may wake up to some hail and damaging winds overnight as this line of storms arrives. And again, damaging winds up to 80 miles an hour. We could see golf ball size hail with the most intense storms in tonight's squall line, and maybe a brief tornado or two, but heavy rain and lightning, yes. The storms this afternoon that are more discrete and supercellular, we could see baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. And we're going to have to watch for that potential carefully. But for now, and I emphasize the word now, that is not an issue. But as we continue to see thunderstorms organize here, north of Newcastle, up here near Archer City, southwest of Wichita Falls, some of those storms may be able to organize enough to produce big hail and maybe a tornado or two. We'll also be watching those storms out west along and east of Highway 62, moving towards Motley, Dickens, and Kent counties for an increasing threat of large hail and damaging winds. So we'll keep an eye on the sky, but again, we do expect to become more busy here in the next hour across northwest Texas, West Texas. And then eventually all those storms will be making their way southeast towards the big country, the Concho Valley, and the Hill Country this evening. Keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're going to take one of what probably will be our last longer breaks here. And we're going to be back here at 3:30 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. We'll be back sooner if necessary. We're keeping a close eye right now on those storms developing in Archer County, west of Archer City. We'll be back here in just a minute, or in about 20 minutes, sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer, Baylor, and Wichita County in Texas. Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby and Garza County in Texas. severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the one, the oldie. The oldie? Well, I am old, but the only Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 3:31 p.m. here on the 22nd of May, 2025. We now have rather rambunctious thunderstorms underway across northwest Texas and down in Pecos County. The storm down here northwest of Sanderson, southeast of Fort Stockton, is capable of producing tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds, but fret not, those of you in northwest Texas. Guess what? Your storm is now capable of producing tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds as well. Plus, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Crosby and Garza counties in West Texas. So, guess what, ladies and gents? It's time to do that magical time of thing where we're going to dive into the high-res radar and we're going to take a look at what we have going on. We're going to switch to the Frederick radar. It's closer to these storms. And like I talked about 30 minutes ago, we are monitoring a cluster of supercells that is now beginning to show discrete individualistic tendencies, which is allowing them to become more intense. Let's start with the left split. This supercell just crossed 287 east of Electra is on its way northeast towards Burke-Burnett. It's only moving at about 15 miles an hour, but it could make it to Burke-Burnett and Highway 240 by maybe 4 to 4:15 p.m. And this storm probably has some ping-pong ball size hail with it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Archer and Baylor County in Texas.
And with that,
a new flash flood warning has been issued for Archer and Baylor County in Texas.
we also have this nasty slow-moving supercell west of Archer City. Note the radar thinks this thing's easily got baseball-sized hail now, and it very well may. This thing could be dropping cantaloupe-sized hail southeast or south of Dundee, west of Archer City. Worst of the hail right now is probably about 15 miles west of Archer City. Again, this thing could be dropping baseball to softball-sized hail, if I'm being honest with you. This activity moving off to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour. So for now, it's staying well north of Megarol. It's staying north of Westover. It's staying west of Archer City for now. But it is also producing very heavy rain with now a flash flood warning in effect for Archer County, including Archer City, Scotland, Windthirst, Lake Kickapoo, Dundee, and Western Lake Arrowhead. So at least some good waters for y'all. I don't think you need it at this point, but it is what it is. As the supercell down here north of Megarol continues to try to materialize, we may see a little bit of low-level rotation attempt to organize with this thunderstorm. We're keeping an eye on it, but for now, it remains what we call outflow dominant, in that the thunderstorm has pushed out a lot of rain-cooled air, and that's not letting the low levels organize very much for now. That could change quickly, though, with this new updraft going up on the southwestern flank. But again, could have up to baseball-size hail now north of Megarol, about 15 miles west of Archer City. And again, you can see the radar is actually thinking closer to softballs, but we'll see if someone under that, unfortunately, ends up dealing with it. All right, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning or two out here. Let's talk about it. We got some severe storms over Matador.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Motley County in Texas.
And that's going to be for Motley County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Motley County in Texas.
Until 4:30 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. And this storm, for all intent and purposes, isn't moving very much. So Matador, you're getting in on rain. You may get some hail. South of Rawls, northeast of Post, up in this magical area, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, including White River Lake and Calgary until 4:30 p.m. This thunderstorm out in rural sections of Garza and Crosby counties, about 10 miles west of White River Lake, 7 miles northwest of Calgary, moving east at 15 miles an hour. That storm, quarter-size hail, and damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Last but not least, let's take a look down in the Fort Stocktoning area of the world. We do have a supercell slowly moving southeast, well southeast of Fort Stockton, north of Silverton. That'll be coming up on Highway 285. This storm could have tennis ball size hail. It's 24 miles north of Sanderson, moving east at like 10 miles an hour. So otherwise, we do have another storm. This one's probably 15 miles or 20 miles southeast of Fort Stockton. That generally is moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour towards Interstate 10 and Highway 190 south of McCamey, west of Iran. That could be an issue for those of you traveling on Interstate 10 east of Fort Stockton and west of Ozana through 5 p.m. Otherwise, again, our most intense storm we're dealing with right now is this very angry thing west of Archer City, northwest of Olney, moving southeast at a brisk 10 miles an hour, meaning not doing much. This severe thunderstorm could make a run at northern Young County. What I think we're going to have happen here is this storm is probably, if I can actually draw, going to start moving more like this soon. So those of you from Megarol down to Olney here in far northern Young County, Highway 79 down to Highway 114, heads up. This thing's probably going to turn south and head your way. The potential for very large hail up to the size of baseballs, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, and we're going to have to keep an eye on it. The threat of a tornado is not zero with this storm as we see it continue to try to push south. But for now, there is not an issue with tornadoes, but we'll keep an eye on it to see if it does manage to spin up. Otherwise, again, we do have a couple storms up here from west of Holiday to Iowa Park, east of Electra, moving generally off to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour with the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Again, let's pop over. We'll show you what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing for this evening and tonight. Here's a thing. Don't ever hit that button. Apparently, it just makes everything very unhappy with life. So, we're going to press some buttons. We're going to say yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a wonderful day. We're going to zoom out to the statewide view and say, hey, I like Jell-O. Alright, so, yeah, I'm caffeinated. And still on Sudafed, so apparently that's created an interesting little conundrum with the world. All right, so what we're going to do, I'm going to show y'all, this is what the model shows at 5 p.m. Yeah, turning on the timestamps does help. So it's not doing too bad. It might be a wee bit late, but at least we're doing a decent idea of what we have going on right now. Here's what this model shows going into this evening. Guess what? Storms make their way southeast from near DFW through Abilene, San Angelo, into the hill country late this afternoon to this evening as a cluster. These storms capable, at least the most intense storms, of producing damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, and hail. Right now, we're in the highest hail threat zone when we're dealing with these discrete storms. We could have baseball-sized hail, even larger with some storms. As they congeal into a cluster or squall line in the next few hours, we're going to see that damaging wind threat increase and the threat of really big, bad, very mad hail come down. We could still be dealing with some golf ball-sized hail at times, sure, but the threat for, softballs will be lower. Damaging wind threat, 60, 70, maybe even 80-mile-an-hour wind gust at times, yeah, that'll increase.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
So, again, those of you in Abilene, San Angelo, those of you in DFW, Waco, Austin, guess what? You're going to get storms tonight. Now, the good news is these storms in central Texas will be weakening by the time they approach I-35 between, 2 and 5 a.m. Friday. Storms, if DFW might be on the north side of this, so it may go to your south, but still, we can't rule out some storms in DFW between 8 to midnight this evening. Storms will weaken and dissipate a couple hours before near sunrise in central Texas, and then that'll be it. But, again, San Angelo, Abilene, it's going to storm tonight. Brownwood, Stephenville, it's going to storm tonight. Kerrville, Austin, Waco, you're probably going to get some storms in the morning. And again, some of these damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, and hail. So, that being said, we have no tornado warnings right now. Could that be changing? Yeah, it might change here in the next 30 to 60 minutes with the storm in northwest Texas. But for now, we are doing okie dokie. We've got some rambunctious storms increasing in coverage. But for now, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to let you listen to that awesome music. And we're just going to keep an eye on the sky here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll be back with your next severe weather update at 4 p.m. sooner if necessary.
and window panes. Sun is bright, it's a new day, and I feel brand new. All the winter is gone. Seems it's been here so long. I wanna feel like I belong, part of something good.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Clay and Wichita County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cotton and Tillman County in Oklahoma, Wichita County in Texas, A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack and Young County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 4 miles west of Burke Burnett in Wichita County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by Train Spotter.
Spaghetti-O. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I blame that one on the dog who demanded to go outside and say hello to the bunny. Let's talk about what we've got going on right now. It's going to be a bunch of stormies capable of being mischievous and nonsensical with all sorts of hail and wind and, all the unpleasantness that can come with that. Definitely those of you around Burke-Burnett right now are having to deal with a pretty nasty thunderstorm.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Floyd. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Floyd and Motley County in Texas.
Turn that down a little. So, as you can see, we got a storm just west of Burke-Burnett. That's got hail with it. Just had quarter-size hail reported 4 miles west of Burke-Burnett. Those of you in Wichita Falls had the unpleasant experience of getting a storm popping up right on you in the last 20 minutes. That definitely created a little bit of hail, but thankfully not much in the city of Wichita Falls. We'll go to the high-res radar, and you'll be able to see this. Again, hailer passing west of Burke-Burnett, moving northeast towards Randall in Oklahoma up there on the tollway. Storm over Wichita Falls with some small hail, gusty winds. Worst of that is not particularly impressive. A little bit of a stronger hail core south of Holiday right now. That's moving southeast about 35 miles an hour towards Scotland and Windthurst. And then we've got the big bad, very mad supercell capable of producing tennis ball size hail and 70 mile an hour winds. That right now is staying well south of Archer City. It's beginning to accelerate now to the southeast. This thunderstorm is moving southeast towards places like Olney, Jean, Lovin, there on Highway 114, over east towards German, and should stay northeast of Newcastle and probably northeast of Graham unless it takes a farther south dive. Otherwise, this storm eventually probably will make it all the way down to Highway 380 between Graham and Jacksboro, maybe including all three cities, depending on how unpleasant that gets. Otherwise, we have a new storm going up southwest of Vernon. That'll probably go severe warning shortly for portions of Wahlberger County. And then more storms developing with that. And then out here in West Texas, we got several severe thunderstorms. One east of Matador, one nasty-looking hailer west of Matador. That has the potential to produce golf ball-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those are moving east at like 10 miles an hour. And then we've got this storm currently well southwest of Spur in northeastern Garza County. That is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour towards Claremont eventually. But again, we're going to see a lot of storms going up here. And eventually, with time, these are all going to form into clusters that move southeast more quickly. Down into the Permian Basin we go. We've got a nasty-looking hailer coming up on I-10 well west of Highway 190 east of Fort Stockton. That storm is moving northeast at about 10. That could have golf ball to baseball size hail. If it continues, it could make it up to Highway 67 near McCamey by 5 p.m. And then we got some weakening storms northwest of Sanderson. Those likely do have quite a bit of gusty winds and hail with them. So you might be asking, well, Mr. Baldy Man, why are we here chit-chatting this afternoon? You usually don't do this unless there's tornadoes. Well, that's true, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta adapt and talk more about the weather, even when it's not.
Texas local storm report from 1 mile north of Burke-Burnett in Wichita County, Texas.
Rapid refresh model.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches.
Timeline on the overall
reported by public.
Of stormies going into this afternoon, tonight, and tomorrow morning. So we're gonna let this model play, and then I'm gonna say, hey, 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 and cough up mucus. But you probably could have gone without that. Good news. If you need rain, you're going to get some out here. We got storms that will congeal into clusters. Those clusters this afternoon and evening will move southeast across northwest Texas, the big country, the Concho Valley, into the northern Edwards Plateau. Thank you, Larry. I'll knock that down a bit. It's always a fine line between stuff working and not working. Those storms move southeast across the big country, the Concho Valley, northwest Texas, western North Texas. This afternoon and evening, the strongest storms could produce a large hail, damaging
Texas
winds
local
over 70
storm report
miles an
from
hour.
Burke-Burnett in Wichita County,
early
Texas.
Friday morning, storms will make
Hail
it into the hill
magnitude
country,
estimated
moving southeast towards
1.75
Saba,
inches.
Georgetown, Austin, Kerrville,
Reported by
Waco,
Train
Stephenville,
Spotter.
Brownwood. May pass south of DFW, but it'll be close. DFW may get skirted by some strong storms, but complex of storms this evening will likely make it down towards the Concho Valley and the Big Country, western North Texas, with the potential of strong winds. Storms will be weakening by the time they approach I-35 between 1 and 5 a.m., but still, y'all in San Antonio, Austin, Waco, even parts of southern DFW
A new
could get
severe
some rowdy weather
thunderstorm
overnight,
warning has been issued
with
for
gusty
Crosby,
to damaging
Dickens,
winds,
Garza,
heavy
and
rain,
Kent County
and
in
hail.
Texas.
But good news is we have no tornado warnings. We do have plenty of storms producing quite a bit of hail. Thank you, Larry. Just knocked it down to 45%. And with that, we'll go ahead and turn this radar back on. And we're going to keep an eye on things. But again, several severe thunderstorms with damaging hail, strong winds, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, mostly moving east or southeast right now. And again, we're going to have plenty of storms continue to materialize and organize over the next couple of hours here in West Texas, Northwest Texas, and the Big Country. And eventually, all those are going to propagate or begin accelerating off to the southeast as a large line or cluster with an enhanced threat of damaging wind gusts. So, we'll be back here at 4:30 with your next Texas severe weather update. We have no tornado warnings. We definitely have storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, and an abhorrent amount of, well, lightning and heavy rain. So, clearly, I'm ADD. I'm going to go eat some cheese sticks, and hopefully we'll get off the ADD as I'm trained and more onto the, well, see what storms do train. But again, we're not really dealing with any tornado threat right now, which is good. Damaging winds and hail, yes. Heavy rain, yes. A bit of a localized flooding threat, yes. And then as storms congeal into a cluster over the next few hours, we'll see that damaging wind threat increase and move into the Big Country and Concho Valley. But for now, hailers galore it is. We'll be back at 4:30 with your next Texas severe weather update.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Childress, Cottle, Hall, and Motley County in Texas. warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
So beautiful.
Zippity doo dah. Yep, right there. Now the coughing fit's begun. Zippity doo dah, zippity my oh my, what a wonderful day. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, hello, good afternoon, whatever you want it to be. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief, David Reimer. We're monitoring clusters of thunderstorms currently impacting parts of West Texas and Northwest Texas, making their way into western North Texas. Good news is, ladies and gentlemen, the overall tornado threat is very low. We're not really seeing anything that would signify us having an issue with spinny doom dooms anytime soon. The threat's not zero, but we're doing pretty darn good right now. Hail and wind, well, it's going to be that kind of a day, folks. We got some hailers, and later on we're going to have some wind makers, that is for sure. You can see as we take a look at the satellite, over the last hour, we do have thunderstorms now developing across western Texas. That is about to extend into the Permian Basin. All those bubbles going up into the sky. And then as we continue to see that develop, these storms will organize and become severe with a threat of large hail and damaging winds. Out here in western North Texas, you can see we have a southeastward moving supercell now. This one is actually moving more south-southeast. I think it is going to probably say hi to Graham. It's going to be close for those of you in Graham. This storm is moving off to the south-southeast at about 25 miles an hour now. So as it continues to do so, we're going to see this activity continue moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of damaging winds, large hail, and a lot of lightning. In fact, those of you in Graham, if you head outside and look north, I don't typically advise you to go outside and look north, but it's not tornado warned. Don't go outside if you're under the thing, but this storm's actually got very impressive structure. It's a very beautiful storm. We've got our chasers out there, and we are enjoying it. I mean, it could be worse. My girlfriend's in an airport in Darwin, Australia right now, about to have to fly through Sydney, San Francisco, Denver. So, I mean, y'all are dealing with storms and rain. I'm going to sit here in this nice office, and she's about to endure, 30 hours of flying? Kind of stinks, but she's on a video call over here, so I'm taunting her appropriately. She's in the YouTube chat as well, so be sure to say hi to Ashley.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Wilbarga County in Texas.
I mean, if it makes y'all feel better, this same Ashley who's in the chat right now is probably going to make me make shirts with my face on it and some of my sayings here in the next month, so we'll get to start showing those off. She's been bugging me about that, so the Baldy-in-Chief isms, y'all might as well start throwing those in the chat too, because the shirts are coming. Alright, so those of you in eastern Young County, Gene down Highway 114 to Lovin, y'all are getting hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and quite a bit of lightning. That storm's moving towards Graham, especially northeast sides of Graham towards Bryson. That storm may continue, by the way, for a while, so eventually those of you out near Possum Kingdom Lake, hey, Possum Kingdom Lake, we know a lot of folks are probably enjoying the outdoors. Get ready for a severe storm with big hail, big wind, lightning. Please don't be out on the water when the storm hits. We don't want you getting electrocuted or turned into a fried turkey. back north, we have thunderstorms. We got a storm south of Vernon. That could have golf ball size hail. We have some other storms that are not severe right now. Southern Wichita County, northern Archer County. Just a lot of rain with a flash flooding threat. So you might be asking, Mr. Baldy Man, what are we going to see tonight? Well, I will happily show you and tell you. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And then after that, I'm going to take a cough drop so I stop having the urge to cough until the Mucinex kicks in. Note to self, I need to buy more of that. Yay! I need to buy the horse pill version. I don't know if this is the horse pill version. Oh, it is. Okay. Well, that's probably not a good omen. It might be steroid time. Steroids. All right, so we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And we're going to run this from 6 p.m. through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And this is just going to show you, if I actually put the timing on right, guess what? We're going to have a cluster of storms make their way southeast tonight. Across the big country, across the Concho Valley, across western North Texas, down into the hill country this evening. Big old line of storms. Some of them are going to be producing winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, maybe some dime to golf ball-sized hail, heavy rain and lightning. The tornado threat is very low. It is not zero, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that kind of an evening with this line. Heavy rain, you betcha. And we might even have some pretty strong gusty winds behind this line. I wouldn't be shocked if we have what's called a wake low event occur, where we get strong winds pushing out behind the storms. As these storms continue moving southeast, they will be weakening, but they will probably make it to places like San Antonio, Austin, and Waco during the pre-dawn hours Friday before dissipating. They all go bye-bye, and then we're going to be calm tomorrow morning through the early afternoon before we see isolated storms pop up in the Panhandle, West Texas, and the Permian Basin. So that's your Texas Severe Weather Update. We're going to be back here at 5 p.m. with your next Severe Weather Update here on the Texas Storm Chasers. Remember, we have no tornado warning, so we're not doing continuous live coverage right now, but we're keeping a close eye on things, and you can see the same. You can check out the views on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, live storm chasing video, and of course, you can also check out the video and images we're posting here on our website, or our social media. Just check us out, Texas Storm Chasers, on social media. We're posting some awesome storm photography. So we'll keep an eye on things. We'll make sure this storm north of Graham doesn't try to do any sort of spinny, doom mischief. That's where a lot of our chasers are. And, well, we'll be back here at 5 p.m. We'll see you then.
Autumn rain falling on the rooftops, calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remembering. All the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories, calling to each other. Trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling leaves, the horizon's on fire below. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to know. How we feel in the stillness, something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth it. Winter chill and the snow is falling on the cedar
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas. Jack, and Young County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kent County in Texas.
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 5 o'clock. We're monitoring a couple of thunderstorms, well, a couple severe storms with plenty more on the way, across parts of northwest Texas, West Texas, now beginning to extend into the big country. We've got a severe thunderstorm passing just northeast of Graham. That storm could have quarter to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Worst of that right now is on Highway 16 south of Loving, northeast of Graham. That's moving south-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. We have other storms, one approaching Vernon to Harold on Highway 287 up in Wilbarger County. We've got other storms now redeveloping just southwest of Wichita Falls. Those are, well, trying to bring some heavy rain to areas just southwest of Wichita Falls. Those are moving east-southeast, not too much to write home about right now. We do have a flash flood warning for Archer County. We've got a severe storm now approaching Claremont, Highway 380 and Highway 208, southwest of Claremont. That storm's moving southeast. It's about 9 miles west of Claremont, about 14 miles northeast of Lake Allen Henry, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. That storm is capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball size hail. We also have some storms down in the southern Permian Basin. One storm passing over Interstate 10 near Bakersfield, moving off to the northeast. That storm has about quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we've got a severe storm kind of making its way down towards the Sanderson area. Using the rapid update satellite imagery, you can see that quite nicely. So Sanderson, y'all may begin in on some hail, some strong winds and heavy rain soon. That storm could have ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. A bunch of y'all said hello to Ashley. Thank you kindly. Apologies for the lack of response. She's actually now on a flight in Australia. So apologies, she's on a plane. But I told her everyone said hello. All right, so you might be wondering, well, Mr. Baldy-in-Chief, man, what are we going to be doing with storms this evening? Well, guess what? I did neglect to mention some of these storms out near Childress, so real quick, let me not be a bad person, and let's get y'all updates on that. Storms north of Paducah to Matador, those are kind of drifting northeast. The storm near north of Paducah is kind of trying to make its way up towards Childress. We'll see. So those of you south of Childress there on Highway 62, heads up, it's storming and pouring. Now, let's show you what we're expecting going into this evening and tonight. With the high-resolution rapid refresh model, all right, so here we go. We're going to let this load. I'll put a timeline on here, and you'll be able to see, yeah, we're going to have a cluster of storms organized from the ongoing storms in western North Texas, West Texas this evening. Those storms will move east-southeast, probably making it to DFW, to Waco, Austin, maybe even San Antonio early tomorrow morning. So everyone from Northwest Texas, the big country,
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Tillman County in Oklahoma, Wilbarger County in Texas.
So those of you in the big country, the Concho Valley, the hill country, western half of North Texas, it's going to storm tonight, this evening and tonight, with storms organizing eventually into a southeastward moving mesoscale convective system. That's a fancy way of saying an MCS, or a complex of thunderstorms, a line. The strongest storms will be producing damaging winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, maybe some hail, and very heavy rainfall that could cause localized flooding along with quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. We also expect periods of very strong gusty winds after the storms pass, what may be called a wake-low event. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Gusty winds after the storms pass, perhaps. But again, once that cluster forms, it will begin moving southeast at a decent speed tonight into northwest Texas, the big country, North Texas, the Concho Valley, the hill country, and central Texas this evening into tomorrow morning. Back to the current radar, good news is, really, we're not dealing with any tornado threat right now. We have no issues with tornadoes. We are continuing to monitor trends with all this activity as it continues to move from west to east. But again, no tornado threat at this point. Just a lot of hail, a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, and heavy rain. So we'll go ahead. We're going to keep this stream up for now, but I don't think we're going to have to really do any periods of continuous weather coverage anytime soon. But what we can do is go ahead and keep this stream going, and we'll keep updates flowing. But at this point, we are going to let y'all get back to the music, and we're going to be back here at 5:30 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next severe weather update. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and this live stream coverage. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers or you download apps to your device. You can also scan the QR code above my cute little bald head here. All right, we'll be back in about 25 minutes or so, 23 minutes, with your next Texas severe weather update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Childress and Cottle County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Clay and Wichita County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball County in Texas.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 5:31 p.m. here on this, the magical day of 22nd of May, 2025. It's a Thursday. We are monitoring several thunderstorms moving across western North Texas, the southern Concho Valley, now into West Texas and Northwest Texas. You can see we've got storms that have bubbled up and have seen several of these begin producing hail and damaging wind gusts. We are not dealing with any tornado issues at the moment. The overall tornado threat is very low. It's not completely zero, but it's pretty low at this point. You can see we've definitely seen an uptick in a number of storms, which is the general expectation, as we are anticipating thunderstorms out here in Northwest Texas and West Texas to grow upscale into a cluster or a complex capable of producing hail, damaging winds of 60 to 70, even 80 miles an hour, and the potential for some of these discrete storms over the next couple of hours to produce hail larger than the size of baseballs. In fact, we've seen several of these storms now produce baseball-sized hail. We've got those storms in southern Oklahoma. They've produced baseball-sized hail. And we've got hail. We had 3.1 diameter inch-size hail reported 8 miles southeast of Olney, northeast of Newcastle. That was about an hour ago. So, the general expectation is these storms will continue moving east or southeast at about 15 to 30 miles an hour. You can see we've got some hail around Wichita Falls right now, it looks like. In fact, we'll just turn some of these off. We'll take a higher res look at some of this. We'll start with Childress. And again, Childress, you've got a severe storm passing just south of town. Winds 60 miles an hour, maybe some ping pong ball size hail. That storm's moving northeast at 30. You can see further southeast, we've got a severe storm crossing Highway 6 north of Benjamin. That storm's moving east at about 15 miles an hour. That could have hail. We've got a storm redeveloping just southwest of Vernon. That storm could have hail. That's moving southeast to 23. We've got a storm in Wichita Falls now. That could have quarter-size hail and localized winds over 60 miles an hour, cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rain. That storm's moving off to the east at 28 miles an hour. We've got a storm south of Seymour. That could have large hail with it. That's moving east at about 15 miles an hour. We've got this storm that is currently east of Graham, moving southeast towards the northern sides of Possum Kingdom Lake. This storm could have hail up to the size of quarters, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall. Back west we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? We've got plenty of storms scattered to almost numerous thunderstorms now, from Floydada, Matador, Paducah, Crowell, back southwest. We got a storm southeast of Benjamin. We got a storm near Snyder. We got storms firing up in the Permian Basin now near Big Spring, all the way to south of Midland. We got a storm north of Iran there, north of Highway 190. And all these storms, oh, and by the way, we've got a storm now passing just west of Sanderson. That one actually looks like it could have some pretty big hail with it. And we also have a severe storm out here in the southeastern Concho Valley Hill Country, passing north of 290, north of Interstate 10. We got some storms on Highway 87 north of Fredericksburg, where I hope to be this time next month. All right. Oh, and by the way, we've also got a thunderstorm in western Travis County, north of Dripping Springs, west of Lakeway. These storms are going to be drifting east-southeast slowly. A couple other storms as well east of San Antonio. So, with these thunderstorms, the most intense storms will be capable of producing large hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe larger, and localized damaging winds. Going into this evening, which is what we're about to show you, the high-res rapid refresh model showing the potential for some of these storms to produce pretty big hail, but also a lot of wind as we see a complex of storms materialize and move southeast towards the Concho Valley, the Big Country, the Hill Country, and Central Texas. In fact, here you go. Here's the high-res rapid refresh model going through this evening. You can see we do expect storms to grow upscale, move southeast across northwest Texas, North Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country, through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, meaning, well, Plenty of y'all are going to be seeing some rain and storms tonight. The most intense of these storms, not all of them, will produce winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, perhaps a little higher. And once storms grow into this cluster, the threat of big hail will diminish, but we'll still see hail sizes up to golf balls at times. Very heavy rain, and of course, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. So, we'll be keeping a close eye on this activity. Over the next few hours.
A new flash
But the good
flood
news
warning
is,
has
the
been
way we're
issued for
looking
Archer,
now, we're doing
Baylor,
pretty well.
and Wichita County in
So,
Texas.
what we're going to do is I'm going to switch us over to the radar feed again. And honestly, we're going to take a break here. We're going to be back here at about, let's do an update here at 6:30. We'll be back if something arises before then, but honestly, we're in pretty good shape right now in terms of not having any tornado issues. I mean, we got a bunch of storms, yeah, but, most of these are not doing anything crazy rambunctious, so that's good. But as we continue to see numerous thunderstorms develop over the next little while, we will keep an eye on the sky. We'll plan on 6:30 p.m. for your next verbal update, but we'll be in the chats giving you updates. Our amazing moderating team is there, and we'll be there as well. And if something happens before 6:30, you know what? Guess what? We'll be back with verbal updates. But until then, we're going to just keep an eye on things. And you can do the same with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device, or download the mobile app by scanning that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald head. And otherwise, you know what? We'll just be watching things here. With severe thunderstorm warnings, you've got the audible warnings and storm reports, and we'll be doing our best to keep you updated. But again, no tornado warnings. The overall tornado threat is very low. We're just monitoring thunderstorms bubbling up with an uptick in intensity and number over the next hour across West Texas, Northwest Texas. Those will make their way southeast towards the big country, and eventually into parts of the Concho Valley. So we'll talk to you again soon.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Terrell County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hardeman County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Reagan and Upton County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Llano County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jackson County in Oklahoma, Hardeman, and Wilbarga County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gillespie and Kerr County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mason County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Llano County in Texas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all have been enjoying this radar stream and the music. I've had it playing in the background. I forget how great this music ends up actually being. It is a nice thing to listen to, isn't it? So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to clear all this off the radar. Next time I draw on the radar, I'll actually, utilize the button that lets me do it better than what I did. And, I'll put the whole text on stream. So let me get rid of that. We're going to stop what we're looking at right now. We're going to take a look at each storm individually using the high-res radar. And with that, we're just going to talk about what's going on. Now, we got a lot of storms at this point, and most of them are behaving. We have no tornado warnings. I don't think we're going to have many, if any, tornado warnings this evening. I won't say it's a 0% risk, because that's just a good way to anger Mother Nature, but at this point we're doing okay. Quanah, we know, guess what? We got some nasty storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Tillman County in Oklahoma, Wichita, and Wilbarger County in Texas.
So let's do this real quick. That's that. Quanah, you got a severe storm to your north. That's moving northeast into Oklahoma. I'm going to even stop the warning. Alright, so that was a severe storm for these up here. Storm north of Quanah, moving into El Dorado, Oklahoma, up towards Elmer, Oklahoma. Did you guys know Alex Bartholomew saw the Elmer tornado in 2015? Many of you probably don't, and I'm just mentioning it because Oh, yeah, y'all can't. Sorry, I forgot to hit the button. How about we try that again? That was my fault. I didn't hit a button, so let's try that again now. Severe storm near El Dorado, Oklahoma, northeast of Quanah, moving east towards Elmer. Hey, thank Craig Nelson for that super chat. Good news, I turned the music off. That storm is moving off to the east-northeast pretty quickly. Now, Vernon, y'all are getting blasted by some very strong winds right now. And this storm near Vernon. Could have winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour in the city of Vernon right now. That's going to be moving off to the east, northeast at about 25 miles an hour. And again, that could be 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail. That's moving east. Wichita Falls, you got nothing going on right now, but you probably will end up with some of these storms in your area as they continue moving, well, eventually east and then, well, southeast. Now, let's talk about what's going on in the big country. Again, notice many of these storms are not warned for anything. Severe warnings are issued for quarter-size hail or larger, damaging winds of 58 miles an hour or higher, or, well, tornadoes, and we have no tornadoes. We have a severe thunderstorm east of Possum Kingdom Lake. It's just stationary at this point. Honestly, it has just been sitting there now for quite a while. Yeah, it's almost stationary. It's moving southeast at like 5 miles an hour. So that is moving down southeast at about 5 miles an hour. If it makes it down to 180, it should pass just west of Mineral Wells. Maybe a wee bit of hail in Grayford, but those of you in DFW, you're getting mammatus. From all these storms in northwest Texas, you're seeing the underside of the thunderstorm blow off, the anvil. Back down in the big country, we have storms developing now from Haskell to Rotan to Sweetwater to Big Spring, and all the way almost down to Rankin. These storms are moving southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. This activity, as it continues, will form into a cluster of storms that'll move southeast this evening. We'll talk about that shortly. We now have severe thunderstorms underway across parts of the southern parts of the Concho Valley into the hill country. We've got some storms around Llano, drop a golf ball size hail, according to storm chaser Will Leverett, who I believe is actually almost at his house right now and getting golf balls. That's unfortunate. But those of you from Kingsland, Lake Buchanan, we never mentioned y'all at all. Buchanan Dam out west of Llano to south of Mason. These storms are producing quarter to golf ball size hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. These are not really even moving right now. So they're nearly stationary. And then we've got a severe storm on Interstate 10, south of 290, northwest of Ingram, just west of where 27 comes into I-10, west of Kerrville. Those storms moving, barely moving, honestly. And then same thing goes for this storm popping up south of San Marcos on Highway 123, and then south of Seguin, we've got a storm. Those right now may have small hail. If they intensify, they could produce larger hail. So quickly, let's take a look. Now that I've talked about all the storms, this is what the radar looks like over the last 2 hours. And you can see most of this activity is moving east-southeast. This stuff in the hill country right now is barely moving. It's moving erratically. But storms tonight will be moving southeast. You can see the beginning of what's going to be our cluster of strong to, at times, severe storms. Moving southeast across northwest Texas, the eastern parts of West Texas. Yeah, there's a descriptor. The big country, the Permian Basin, down into the northern Edwards Plateau. So, now that we've talked about what's going on, let me show you what we expect is going to happen tonight. And with that, we're going to pop on the super McDuper high resolution rapid refresh radar. I'm going to do that. We're going to press that. There's scary noises behind me. I thought it was the dog, but it's not, so that makes it even more concerning. We're going to hit this. We're going to press that. And we're going to load this model from, let's do 8 p.m. this evening through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And for those thinking it's done, it is not. So here's what we got going on. Storms eventually, as they are starting to do now in parts of the big country, northwest Texas, and into the Concho Valley, will form up into a cluster of storms. That cluster of storms will have the potential to produce damaging winds, some hail, and heavy rain out of the most intense storms as they move southeast this evening across the big country, across the Concho Valley into North Texas and Central Texas, the hill country. And again, those storms are likely to reach I-35 around DFW. It could be as soon as 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Central Texas, 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the San Antonio region could be, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Now, San Antonio storms will be weakening as storms move in, but still, it could be storming tonight. Same thing goes Austin. Waco to DFW, you could still get in on some rowdy storms tonight. And I mean, the same goes for Austin, too. While storms will be weakening as they arrive early tomorrow morning, they're still probably going to be packing some strong winds, maybe some small hail, heavy rain, and lightning. And there is the chance some of these storms could still be producing pocket change size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Places like Abilene, San Angelo, Stephenville, Brownwood, in through the hill country, Kerrville, there's a chance some of those storms, as they arrive late this evening into tomorrow morning, could be producing winds of 60, 70, maybe above 70 miles an hour, and nickel to golf ball size hail, heavy rain, and lightning. But that is for the most intense storms. Hopefully, most storms tonight will behave with, gusty 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, keep hail sizes under an inch, and hopefully heavy rain, lightning, yes, but hopefully nothing much more than that. But some storms will be severe. So DFW, the best chance for rowdy storms will be west and south of DFW this evening, but it may still skirt into the Metroplex. And then to the south of that, well, we're going to have storms tonight. So yes, while the threat of the big hail, like the baseballs we saw earlier north of Graham, that's starting to calm down outside of storms in the hill country, which continue to produce large hail. We're starting to transition into more of a heavy rain, damaging wind, and slightly less obnoxious hail threat. So again, storms are going to keep going all evening into the overnight as they begin to form into this line that we've been talking about all day, and then those storms will move off to the southeast tonight as a line. So the overall tornado threat today is very, very low. That threat is expected to remain non-zero this evening, with most storms producing lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail. The stronger storms could produce hurricane-force wind gusts, heavy rain, maybe larger hail, and, of course, an abhorrently frequent amount of lightning. So we'll watch these storms firing up down here in parts of the hill country, central Texas. Those are the main hail threats now, especially around Llano. And then as we deal with storms in the big country, northwest Texas, those will evolve into a line with some of those storms producing damaging winds and hail. Overall, we wouldn't typically do severe weather coverage for this kind of thing, but, well, we're trying something new. So what we're going to do is we're going to be back here at the latest by 7:30. 7:30 p.m., but if something nasty happens before then, we'll be back. We're here just monitoring the storms, listening to the music like y'all. We've been in chats. Our moderators are doing an amazing job. So we'll be back here with your next update at 7:30 p.m. Stream continues on, and you know what? Y'all enjoy this layout. This is probably the last day we're using this current stream layout. We've got a new one almost ready to go. I just had to put some finishing touches on it. And if, well, we don't have it up for any more storm coverage later this week, we will on the live stream for the weather radar side. So we'll see. Anyway, we'll be back. We're going to let y'all enjoy some music. And we'll be back here at the latest by 7:30, sooner if necessary. Hope you'll stick around, enjoy the music, and we'll have the warnings back on now. And maybe next time I'll remember to turn off the music. Thank you, Heidi Parker, for that generous super chat. We definitely appreciate it, and we'll keep you all up to date and informed.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor and Knox County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Young County in Texas. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Glasscock, Howard, and Mitchell County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Glasscock and Reagan County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sterling County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Tillman County in Oklahoma, Wichita, and Wilbarger County in Texas. A severe thunderstorm warning has been Caldwell, Comal, Guadalupe, and Hays County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Irion, Sterling, and Tom Green County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kerr County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Throckmorton County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Burnett and Llano County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 7NW Newcastle in Young County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported rain spotter. Additional information. Train spotter reported golf ball sized hail on Fur Road northwest of Newcastle. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Young County in Texas. A new thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cotton and Tillman County, Oklahoma, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
Hey, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I didn't forget to turn the music off this time at least. Let's go ahead. We're going to switch off the satellite now since we're getting towards nighty-night time. Let's talk about what we have going on. We do have thunderstorms that have generally now congealed into a broken line extending from near just east of Garden City, moving down towards Sterling City, up towards Marinille, Trent, Merkel, just west of Abilene, up towards Looters, Throckmorton, and Burke Burnett. Now, we do still have a couple of individual nasty-looking storms out here, especially in northwest Texas, and we also got hailers sitting in parts of the hill country in central Texas. We're going to look at all these, but let's start with the squall line up here in parts of northwest Texas. Now, quickly, let's take a look at the storm near Burke Burnett. It's going to be a severe storm producing some pretty good size hail, it looks like. Could be quarter size hail, maybe a wee bit larger than that. This activity is expected to continue producing hail as it moves off to the east, northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And again, there could be quarter to maybe even golf ball size hail with that in Burke Burnett, along with some very strong winds. Down Wichita Falls, you're getting some rain, but you're not really getting much out of this. Now, we got some nasty-looking supercells here in western North Texas. We got two we're watching. One, our long-lived supercell that's just merry going along here, coming up on Highway 180 west of Mineral Wells. This storm could still be producing quarter-size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. That's moving southeast at a brisk 15 miles an hour. Back up here in Young County, we've got a nasty-looking storm now. This thing's probably got at least golf ball-size hail with it, maybe bigger than that. And this storm's going to be moving south-southeast towards South Bend, Elizaville. And it's moving, honestly, almost due south. So it's moving towards South Bend, Elizaville, Ivan. It's not moving real quick. It's only moving about 20 miles an hour. But boys, this thing got a temper to it. Again, this thing could easily have golf ball size hail, if not larger. So on its present track, it should stay just east of Breckenridge. But those of you east of Breckenridge, up Highway 67 through Graham, heads up. This thing's got some real big hail with it. It's moving south at 20 miles per hour. Back west, we've got a line of thunderstorms producing strong winds, heavy rain, and blowing dust from near Throckmorton to Looters to Holly, Merkel, down to north of Blackwell, south of Sweetwater, back to near Colorado City, down to Sterling City. And we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings now in the Concho Valley, eastern Permian Basin. We got a thunderstorm riding down Highway 87, well northwest of Sterling City for now, but it's moving southeast towards town. It's about 13 miles southeast of Garden City, northeast of Garden City, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, which would take it down into Sterling City around 8 p.m. Now, that means San Angelo, heads up, you may end up dealing with some activity this evening. In fact, you probably will. Now, let's go into Central Texas and the Hill Country. Here's a little bit of a surprise. We didn't think we'd necessarily have discrete individual storms out here this afternoon, but temperatures got warm enough and the cap broke. In fact, this area has seen 2-inch diameter size hail. We got out of the Caldwell County area near Martindale. This storm produced 2-inch diameter size hail earlier, which is a bit larger than the size of a golf ball. In fact, it still kind of looks like it may be trying to do that, but again, this storm northeast of southwest of San Marcos on Highway 123 has the potential to produce tennis ball size hail, as does the storm near Ulan, moving northeast towards Niederwald, Mustang Ridge, Mendoza. Heads up, this storm apparently has a history of producing hail almost up to the size of tennis balls in the last wee while, so that's what happens when things get nasty. Now out here west around Mountain again, another storm capable of producing some nasty wind, large hail, and etc. We might see a severe warning for that soon. And then west of Kerrville, we got a severe storm that's moving almost south-southwest away from Mountain Home out here in rural portions of Kerr County. It's barely moving out here. This thing's moving at 5 miles an hour to the south-southwest. So, overall, I'd say the storm south of Newcastle, southwest of Graham, is our most intense storm. Now, a reason I'm not too concerned about this producing a tornado is we have an outflow boundary that has kind of cut off the low-level warm air to this. That outflow boundary extends like this. Up here is less stable low-level air. So, why were we not concerned? Because typically these are a little outflow dominant, meaning they should be elevated. Does that mean the risk of a tornado is completely zero? No. But it's not completely, zero either. So, did that make sense somewhere? Clearly, I'm more ADD than I need to be today. We'll let this warning come across. If it's going to. If not, I'm just going to mute it. And we'll just mute it. Anyway, so again, this storm, southwest of Graham, has the potential to produce very large hail as it moves south. All right, so we talked about what's going on. Y'all want to know what's going to happen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have good news. I'm going to give you that answer. We're going to take a look at the super-de-duper awesome blossom high-resolution rapid refresh model. So let's press some buttons. We're going to load this back to 9 p.m. and run it through tomorrow morning, just to give you all an estimate on what we think is going to happen. So, you can see this model has storms moving southeast tonight through the Big Country, the Concho Valley, even the Hill Country, central Texas. As you can see, this run seems to think most of the activity will stay southwest of the DFW Metroplex. Thank you, Samantha. I will definitely throw that into the Sudafed fund. But regardless, we are expecting the cluster of storms currently developing in the Concho Valley and the Big Country to move southeast overnight into early Friday morning, with folks in parts of the Hill Country and the Concho Valley getting some pretty nasty winds, maybe over 60 to 70 miles an hour. We could also see some hail with this, though the hail threat will decrease once storms have lined out into a squall line. Tornado threat is very, very low. So I'd say the best chance for some rowdy storms this evening, west of the DFW Metroplex, southwest of the DFW Metroplex, down 377 and 67, moving into the Concho Valley, the Big Country, and the Hill Country. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to keep the stream on. And we're going to be back here at 8:30 with the next update sooner if necessary. We're mostly doing this just to help folks, remain... Hi, dog. It's all good. Yeah, I'm clearly ADD today, but it's all good. We have a very low tornado threat. It's non-zero. We're dealing with thunderstorms producing some hail, some very heavy rain, lightning, and as we continue on through the evening, we're going to see these thunderstorms continue moving off to the southeast, with the chance for some gusty to damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning. The hail threat will start to come down as we see activity line out into a squall line versus, well, the more individual storms they're in. All right, so we'll be back here at 8:30 p.m. I'm going to work on this satellite and make it into night mode. And we'll be back before 8:30 if we have any severe weather issues. So stay weather aware, and we'll keep you up to date. Back to the music and audible weather warnings we go. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I'm working on the color scale, so y'all are going to see some really weird colors here for a few seconds. My apologies. Nope. 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 Just pretend it's like a game of, what's that old game where you have to find or guess the color? I don't know. About to give up if it makes you feel better. Yep, we found it. hammer. Sorry, let's try that without the noise canceling. Van hammer. Better? Not better? It is what it is. Van hammer.
Autumn rain falling on the rooftops, calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remember when all the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories calling to each other. Trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling
Hey, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers. Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'll give you one guess as to why I'm known as Baldy, but as for the Chief, well, you've co-founded the company 16 years ago. It's kind of one of the benefits of getting that in your name. It is 8:30 p.m. here on the 22nd of May, 2025. We are monitoring a bunch of thunderstorms, but only a few of them are currently producing severe weather, but unfortunately, all of them that are severe right now are for higher end severe weather. The potential for golf ball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour. Ho-wee! We got some stuff to talk about, and that is exactly what we're now going to do. Let's pop over to the super duper awesome blossom high res real time radar, and guess what? Ooh! Nelly, we got an angry supercell down here in parts of the hill country this afternoon and evening. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm currently on Highway 290 near Stonewall to high west of Johnson City. This thunderstorm is capable of producing tennis ball size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This angry son of a gun is moving down due south at 15 to 20 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Albert, you're up next. Now, we do know this thunderstorm at times has shown a wee bit of low-level rotation. Now, this is not a day where we expect really much of a tornado threat. It's not completely zero, but still, it is on the very low side and probably only going to get lower as the evening goes on. But with that little hook echo you see there and a wee bit of rotation, we're probably seeing a pretty good surge of damaging winds coming down in what's called the rear flank downdraft on the backside of this thunderstorm. So with that, we could be seeing winds over 60 miles an hour at least on Highway 290 right now. Ooh, that W thing came out again. Impressive. I haven't done the whole Wobbert thing in a while, but alas, you talk too fast, the speech thing comes out. So Stonewall, you're getting blasted with what could be tennis ball size hail right now, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Wind-driven hail does not make for a good evening. This storm is going to be making its way towards northern Kendall County, staying west of Blanco, but if it keeps up in its current speed, it could make it down to highway, what is that, highway 46. It would be 1030. I will be shocked if it manages it. It's not impossible. As you can see, this thing's got a rather ambitious-looking updraft at this point. This thing's probably 60,000 feet tall. In fact, let's look and find out. Oh, shocking, 61,000 feet. Yeah, it's tall. It's a big boy. So, it's going to keep on moving off to the south of 15 to 20. If you're out here northeast of Comfort, hey, radar, let's not do 1970s. We'll have to keep an eye on it. So, let's go ahead and go back north. It looks like, unfortunately, we just lost the Dias radar site out here, DYX. Yeah, we lost the radar about 10 minutes ago, so we're going to have to use the closest radar, which is Fort Worth. You can see a big, bad, very mad supercell out here in portions of Stevens County, west of Palo Pinto. This thing's probably producing some big hail right now. Could be golf ball-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is part of a complex of storms now beginning to accelerate to the south-southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. I don't know why I'm switching back to that radar. It's offline. Here down in Tom Green County, guess what? We got a little line of storms moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This storm could be producing some pretty big hail. We could have quarter to golf ball size hail and winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And this is going to be moving on southeast towards the city of San Angelo. So those gusty winds actually are going to be on the leading edge of this outflow boundary here, which you can see on the velocity mode. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Look how far behind the initial wind surge that rain is. So you're going to get some pretty strong winds out of the northwest at 50 to 60 before we have any rain, which could be resulting in a decent amount of blowing dust. Now, back down north. How about back up north would be the proper terminology here. Again, we got a pretty nasty line of storms, but Wichita Falls, you're clear for the night. So, let's take a look at that always valuable high-resolution rapid refresh model. And that is going to help us out and let us see what is going on with the... All right, here we go. We're going to load this from 9 p.m. through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, this is just to help us gander what we can expect overnight into the morning hours. This will start playing in sequential order in a moment, but the overall theme does seem to be this line of storms moving southeast out of the big country and the Concho Valley, western North Texas, moving southeast into a good chunk of the Concho Valley and then the hill country this evening into early Friday morning, eventually making it to places like Austin, San Antonio. Notice this model's a lot less ambitious now with storms back north of Waco, which kind of makes sense with that outflow boundary we had from storms earlier today in northern sections of DFW that push south through DFW. But again, all depends what the real-time stuff does. That stuff in Stevens County out here near Breckenridge could continue moving south-southeast and give a northern edge of storms here to places like Waco. But otherwise, this evening, we do expect the best chance for showers and thunderstorms, with some of those storms producing damaging winds and pocket change-size hail. Heavy rain will be in parts of the Concho Valley. In fact, let's take a look at the latest severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and here you go. This is where they have that risk going into the remainder of this evening. You can see we have a risk in the Concho Valley, the big country, even parts of North Texas and western North Texas. I do think the higher threat will be west of DFW, but then storms moving southeast this evening into early tomorrow morning towards central Texas, the hill country. But again, they should be weakening, but some of those will still continue producing some damaging winds in places like Brownwood and Stephenville in the next several hours to early tomorrow morning. So we'll keep an eye on things here. I hope you're enjoying the music. We definitely enjoy having y'all with us. Looks like we just had a... Yeah, that's fine. We just had a report out of Throckmorton of some pretty high damaging winds. So what we're going to do is we're going to be back with our next update at 9:30 p.m. But if something happens before then, we'll be here. In fact, we've been here the whole time. We're just keeping an eye on things and kind of, rocking out to the music. So, as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device, and we'll be keeping an eye on the sky with you. Next update here at 9:30 p.m. Sooner, if necessary. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is not Monday, but it is a Thursday, the 22nd of May, 2025. We are going to be keeping an eye on thunderstorms heading into the overnight hours. What we have is now a complex of thunderstorms, a line that has matured in portions of the eastern Concho Valley, the southeastern Big Bend, moving down towards areas like Brady, Brownwood, Comanche, and Stephenville. This line of storms is capable of producing winds of about 50 to 65 miles an hour. We're not doing crazy wind here. We have some winds of near 60. You know, this isn't a case where we're doing widespread 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. We're not doing crazy hurricane stuff. And the big, scary, bad, very hail stuff has diminished, even though we had baseballs down west of Blanco earlier. We had baseball-sized hail in Stonewall there on Highway 290. In addition to the earlier tennis ball-sized hail, we had, east of New Braunfels earlier. So, with that, the good news is this line itself is going to keep moving southeast overnight, meaning those of you downstream of this into the hill country, into parts of central Texas, will have the potential to see some storms going into the overnight hours and Friday morning. As the line moves southeast, we do expect it will weaken as it approaches I-35 early tomorrow morning, probably between 1 and 4 a.m. Central Time in parts of south central and central Texas. Until then, those of you Brady, Mason, Llanos, Saba, all the way into parts of the eastern Concho Valley Hill Country have the potential for localized damaging winds overnight, and maybe some pocket change size hail, a lot of heavy rain, and a bit of lightning issues. A lot of lightning issues. I meant to say a bit of flooding. We do not anticipate, let me be very clear when I say this, we do not anticipate, but I will not completely ever rule out the threat of a brief tornado. The tornado threat is non-zero. Let's say it that way. We are past the worst of the event, in my opinion. We are now dealing with storms in a line, and the most intense storms in that line may produce localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, a lot of lightning, and some heavy rain over the next several hours into the early morning hours Friday as the storms move southeast across the eastern Concho Valley into the hill country, and then through the hill country into parts of central and south central Texas, while weakening as they approach and eventually hit Interstate 35 tomorrow morning during the pre-dawn hours. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and let you keep on watching the radar. We're going to forward you now to our live radar stream, where if we need to, we'll break in with updates this evening and overnight, but I am hopeful that won't be necessary. You can always keep an eye on your local weather conditions, get your local weather forecast, and track the storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device, and you can also find it by scanning that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald head. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep an eye on the sky together. Tune in tomorrow morning for the latest Texas weather roundup, and if we need to, we'll be back with further updates this evening. Y'all have an amazing night, and guess what? We'll still keep an eye on the sky. We're going to end this stream now and forward you to the live Texas radar temperatures, severe, and tornado warning stream with more music and more Talking Robot of Doom. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. God bless.